Just a revocation. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025, and the time is 8:39 a.m. My name is Danny Barros, serving as your chairman today. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge. Will headquarters staff please introduce yourself?
Jason Thompson.
Our remote location today is Ouachita Parish Correctional Center. Is there anyone in the room there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Deputy Marchand.
Okay, Deputy Marchand, thanks for being with us today. And you, would you please introduce yourself and state your DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. Jackie Wafer, DLC number 322257.
All right. We're gonna put a paper up on the board there, a parole questionnaire. Can you verify that's your signature on there?
Is this one? Is it this one?
Let me see it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Okay, and you signed that, and it was determined at the preliminary hearing that you were not eligible for appointed counsel for the hearing. So you're ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. My attorney's supposed to be here, but I can proceed. I guess.
No.
Whatever. You're the boss.
When's your attorney gonna be there? Did he tell you?
I thought he was going to be here this morning, but I don't want to inconvenience you guys. Like I said, you're the boss, but I have paid attorney. But again, you are the boss.
Come back to it. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and hold on until your attorney gets there.
Okay.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. We're gonna continue this until your attorney's there.
Yes, sir. Yes.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is November 9th, 2025. Can y'all hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on the panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. The panel today is at headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. With the staff here, please introduce yourself for the record.
Desmond Thompson.
Stanley Cavalier. Our remote location is David Wade Correctional Center. Would the staff at David Wade please introduce themselves for the record?
Brenda Ackland, Deputy Warden.
Taylor Stamps classification.
Danny Henshaw classification.
Master Sergeant Wyman.
That's all.
All right. And Mr. Woods, would you give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Jeremy Lee Woods, 497135.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information to the record, ask you to verify it. We're going to give you a chance to tell us what caused your incarceration and why you think you should be released. We're going to ask the warden to tell us a little bit about you. We're going to allow public supporters and public opposition if there's any. And we'll let you have the last say. So today we have for parole consideration Jereme Woods, DOC 497135, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of forcible rape on September 23rd, 2005, and sentenced to serve 25 years hard labor in Bossier Parish. Your parole eligibility date is February 27th, 26. You're not eligible for good time, and you have a full term date of 11/28/29. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Woods?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us, what did you do to get yourself in jail? And why do you think now would be a good time for us to release you early?
2004, I committed a forcible rape. And I've been out getting high, and when I come home, I had lost control, and I mean, you know, I spun out of control and lost control and committed a horrible crime. Did you say you wanted to know why I should make parole?
Why would now be a good time for you to be released?
I wrote a statement, if that's okay, if I can read that.
Fine.
I would like the opportunity to show all the people here at Wade that they didn't waste their time on me. Also would like to show society and all victims that rehabilitation is real, and show that I can be a productive member of society, and that people can change who they were and become the person they were meant to be. I've done the first 23 years of my life the wrong way, and for the last 21 years, I've worked on myself, learning how to be the best version of myself. And I would like to do whatever time I have left on earth doing it the right way. I allow drugs to control who I really am as a person, and it caused pain for everyone around me. I have worked and will continue to work on making sure I stay sober for the rest of my life. I don't feel like I deserve anything. I would just like an opportunity to show that I can do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. Warden, can you tell us a little bit about his behavior there? Any comments y'all might have, or problems y'all have?
Yes or no, he's not a problem inmate. He's never had a write-up here at Wade. He's been at Wade since, or anywhere. I don't believe you've ever had a write-up. He's been at Wade since February the 19th of 07. He's gone through, received his high school equivalent diploma in 07. Done a lot of trades, living in balance, victim awareness, sex offender phases 1 through 4. He is heavily involved in the special projects for community charities here at Wade, and he does a lot of that. He can elaborate on that, but he is not a problem inmate here at Wade. And if y'all have any more questions, I can answer any questions.
All right. I don't have any questions of you at this point. Maybe later. All right. We do have some supporters here who would like to speak. We have Jereme Woods Jr., a son who's at David Wade and would like to speak. We have David Woods, a brother who's in favor, wants to speak, and at David Wade. And we have April Woods, a sister who's in favor, and that David Wade would like to speak. So we'll start out with Jeremy Woods Jr. Would you tell us what you have to say?
You can just stand up right there and come up this way.
Just whatever.
Yeah, just speak.
First and foremost, I just want to say good morning and thank you for your time. My name is Jeremy Woods Jr. As you mentioned, I am the son of Jeremy Woods Sr. This is my father. Upon hearing a list of crimes and a list of past troubles that my father has lived in his life, and the things that he had done before he has come here, to me is almost incomprehensible, because it isn't the man that I've known, and it isn't the man that I've grown to know in my 21 years. I have had zero relationship with this man outside of the visitation walls that are to my left. I've never seen him outside of the walls, never had a conversation with him outside of this prison, and I don't know anything other than him being here. In those 21 years, I've never once been upset. I've never once blamed him. And I've never once felt sorry or upset about the situation. I believe that he is where he was supposed to be for the time that he was supposed to be here for a reason, and that God does not make mistakes. Excuse me. And that God that does not make mistakes. The lifestyle he was living was, it was a crash course. It was bound to end horribly. And if, some type of intervention didn't take place, to be honest, I don't think I'd have a father today. However, I can say that in his time here, there's been nothing but rehabilitation. The crimes and acts that have been spoken on so far this morning it's almost fictional to me. It sounds nothing like this man that I've grown to know through my life. It sounds nothing like the man that has taught me important values in life, such as honesty, perseverance, and overall just how to be a good person. I don't look at this man as a felon. I don't look at this man as a violent offender. I don't look at him as a threat to society. I'm not scared of him. I look at him and I see my dad. I see a man that came here whenever I was born and has served his time and has done all of the right things every right way. And he has done nothing but try and guide me and give me the best advice and the best type of father-son relationship he can from the parameters that have been set. I am a high school graduate. I am a soon-to-be college graduate from Louisiana Tech University in 9 months. I've accomplished a lot, but that's not really what this is about. It's about the fact that I was able to do that, and I was able to persevere without this man to my right. And it means a lot to me that he was able to support me and able to give me the strength and the motivation to keep going, because although he didn't reach those achievements and those heights in his life, he never shied away from telling me that it's not too late for you to do something. It's not too late for you to step up and be the man that you want to be. You don't have to let others dictate who you have to be. You don't have to let others lock you down and tell you that you're out of control. And I appreciate him for everything he has done for me, every lesson he has given me. And, this holiday season, I would love nothing more than to know that he's going to be home. I have a 22nd birthday coming up in March. I've never spent a birthday with him. I would love that. Like I said, I'm a soon-to-be college graduate from a 4-year university. I would love nothing more than to walk across that stage and receive my diploma and look out and see this man in the crowd. I don't have any sort of bitter feelings toward him. I don't blame him, and I've been nothing but excited, looking forward to this day for about the last 5 years or so. I don't believe that he is a threat to society in any way. I don't believe that there's anything for you to worry about. I have a home in which he's going to come stay if granted release. We would be living together. I believe that he deserves that. I believe that after 21 years of rehabilitation, of watching family members leave, of watching other family members accomplish things, the birth of his own grandchild, the marriage of his daughter, You know, me growing up, I mean, that's a lot to miss out on, and that's a lot of reflection and a lot of time gone. And I believe that if released, I believe that he's going to turn around and it'll be a complete 180 from the man that came in here 18 years ago. So I thank you for your time and your consideration, and I hope you have a blessed rest of your day. Thank you.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You say you're gonna give him a place to live if we were to grant him parole?
We already have home established. Yes, sir.
Have any of y'all looked into all the requirements that it's gonna be about the daycares, the schools, the parks, the playground? Somebody's home fits into that approved plan?
Could you repeat it one more time, sir? I'm sorry.
So for a sex offender to be released, he has to have an approved residence, which has to be, I can't quote the exact amount of feet and miles, but
It has to
this
fit
is
a
from a park,
criteria.
playground, a public school, a daycare. Are y'all aware of all of those things, and have any of y'all homes been checked out for that criteria?
Have they come and checked?
Yeah.
We are aware of the criteria. We were told that somebody was going to come look at the residence and make sure that it did meet all requirements. But I don't believe anybody has came and did that inspection yet, but we are aware of the requirements and all of those things. Yes, sir.
Anybody live in the country where no parks and playgrounds are around? Or daycares, anything like that, or y'all live in town?
No, sir. We're out in the country.
Okay, you got a better chance. All right. Next we have,
I would like to say, Mr. Woods, you should be very, very proud of your son. That is a fine young man.
Thank
Thank
you.
all right, well, next we'll hear from Mr. David Woods, brother.
Well, I'm not as literate as my nephew, so I had to write mine down. If y'all let me read this. But touching on the house, I rented it. I made sure everything was appropriate and within range of everything, so everything's good to go. He has transportation, a job, working for me, so he's pretty well set up when he comes home. So, I'm David, Jeremy's older brother. Pretty much no one knows him as well as I do. I've known pretty much all the ups and downs from start till now. I respectfully, asking the board to grant Jeremy's parole. I understand the seriousness of his offense that has brought him before you and do not wish to minimize the impact of his actions. My intentions are simply to share my perspective on the man that he is today versus the man that he was when he came in, and the positive role that he can play if given the opportunity to return home. Basically, when Jeremy was young, he started out with the wrong crowds at the age of 12. He was basically, we lived in bad neighborhoods. He really didn't have much of a choice with who he hung out with. Jeremy started out with drugs at a very young age. As it progressed as he got older, I seen that it took a toll on his life running with the wrong people, with the drugs and all the stuff that he was getting into and the things he was doing. I tried helping him get away, start a new life in different places with me, and it just never could succeed with it. He just basically, I guess if you run with the wrong crowd, you find the wrong crowd wherever you go sometimes. Jeremy made a lot of bad decisions growing up. Nothing changed as he was grown. I seen the days where he didn't even know where he was or who he was when he would come home, just from all the drugs and different things he was taking on a daily basis. I would like to say he was a victim of his circumstance and society as to where we grew up and lived, but I wasn't that way. So pretty much it was his choice to basically hang with these people, do the things that he done, and I chose to do differently. He was a good kid, had a good heart, just did a lot of bad things, a lot of bad places with the wrong people. And I remember that when he was arrested, and I thought there was no matter what the reason was for him being here, is probably the only thing that was gonna save his life and give him a chance, at redemption and to live the life that he should live. Over the course of his incarceration, I've witnessed a significant change in my brother. He has taken responsibility for his past, shown genuine remorse, and made consistent efforts to better himself through programs he's completed, work he has done, the behavior I have seen and that he has shown. He has demonstrated that he is committed with personal growth and living a productive, law-abiding life when he comes home. The person he was is no longer the person he is today. I can pretty much guarantee that with 100% accuracy, because other than the tattoos he's got, he's a completely different human. And I've known a lot of people who's come in and out of prison. Most of them don't do that. Beyond his internal changes for the things he's worked on in his life so far, our family has seen how deeply he wants to repair his life and relationships with his family, gain everyone's trust to build a future based on stability and accountability. We have remained in close contact with him, and we have prepared to support him fully if he is granted parole. We have a stable company, and a vehicle, a stable house, and a vehicle that he can get where he needs to be when he needs to be there. He will be working for me as soon as he comes home. He is granted any time to take off, to take care of classes, parole meetings, whatever he's required, he has that without worry of having to lose a job. We understand that reentry is going to be challenging for him, and we are committed to helping him meet every requirement and maintain a positive progress that he has made. I truly believe that my brother is ready for a second chance. He has spent a long time reflecting, learning, and preparing for his better future. I have full confidence he will honor the trust placed in him and work hard to contribute positively to his family and community. Thank you for hearing my side of my perspective, and I appreciate the difficult decisions that you must have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have April Woods, defendant's sister here, who wants to speak in support.
Okay, I wrote mine down as well. Good morning, members of the board. My name is April Woods, and I'm the sister of Jeremy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to express my full support for Jeremy's request to share request for parole and to share the changes I've witnessed in his life. Of course, I've known Jeremy his entire life. I have firsthand seen the transformation he's made during incarceration. I want to acknowledge the seriousness of the offense of which Jeremy was convicted. I understand the impact such a crime can have, and I do not take that lightly. My purpose today is not to excuse or diminish the harm caused. It is to speak to growth, responsibility, and genuine personal change I've seen in Jeremy over the years. He fully recognizes the weight of his past actions and that he has worked hard to become a better man than the one who entered prison. Jeremy now has a stable and well-structured plan for re-entry. He has a home prepared for him, as we've already spoken about, to live with his son. And it is not very far down the road from where my brother David lives, so he's very close to near dependable and accessible family support. He also has a job, as David has spoken about, to employ him upon release, which will help him reintegrate smoothly into the workforce. A new truck has been purchased for him, so he'll have a reliable transportation for work and daily responsibilities, and the parole board's responsibilities as well. And I commit to personally supporting him emotionally, spiritually, and financially in any way that he needs as he transitions back into society. During his time in prison, Jeremy has demonstrated a remarkable commitment to self-improvement. As it's already been mentioned, he has earned his GED, showing dedication to bettering himself academically. He has developed significant artistic talent learning to paint and pursue creative work that gives him a positive outlet and structure. He's also earned a certification in horticulture and proved himself responsible and dependable by overseeing the greenhouse for a long period of time. These achievements show his willingness to grow, learn, and contribute. Jeremy has maintained excellent behavior throughout his entire incarceration, as you already have heard. This reflects his discipline, his respect for rules and authority, and the positive changes he has made. He has grown emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically. He's also dedicated himself to staying healthy through consistent exercise, which provides structure, purpose, and self-discipline. Spiritually, Jeremy has grown tremendously. He and I have had many sincere conversations about his life, his faith, and his commitment making better choices. Jeremy has turned to God for strength, guidance, and purpose, and his relationship with God has helped him make wiser decisions and manage his emotions in a healthy, grounded way. As his sister, I believe wholeheartedly in the man that Jeremy is today. He has a strong support system, a stable living situation, reliable transportation, and immediate employment waiting on him. He is matured, accountable, determined to build a positive future. I'm confident he will continue to make responsible decisions and contribute meaningfully to his family and the community around him. As a family, we are ready to hold him accountable, support him in following every condition set by the board, and help him stay on the right path and be there to support him every step of the way. We understand that parole is not a guarantee, but a responsibility, and we are committed to helping him succeed and comply fully as requested by the board. Thank you for taking the time to consider my statement. I respectfully ask your favorable consideration of Jeremy's parole today.
Thank you. All right, that concludes those we have in favor. We have nobody in opposition to speak today, but we do have opposition from law enforcement regarding the release. The victim and her family was unable to be contacted, so we have no victim opposition documented. My first question's already been answered. Where would you plan on living? And you got that taken control of. Just tell me, what's the most valuable class and the most valuable lesson that you learned while you've been in there for 21 years?
Victim awareness, I feel like was most valuable because it made me understand that my actions didn't only affect the people involved, but it affected everybody that was involved with that person. And I caused problems for everybody involved, mainly the victim, but the victim's family, the victim's friends, my family, their friends. Nobody won in the situation. The next class that I would like to say is the living in balance. It taught me about the triggers, how to be aware of triggers of drugs and anger problems, and how to recognize them and be able to control it before it happens. And the sex offender treatment program, the phases that, the risk factors they have in place, it allows you to be able to recognize any situation you may be in that may trigger you to cause you to commit another crime.
That's all the questions I had. Mr. Tillis, you have any questions?
How many kids do you have?
I have 2.
Where's your daughter? She
lives in Franklinton Parish. She lives down south. She can't drive. She couldn't drive all the way up here. She wrote a letter though, I believe.
Yes, sir. I have no more questions.
Yes, I do.
So were you ever married before?
Yep. Yes, ma'am. I was married to my son's mother.
Okay. But you were not, were you married at the time this happened?
We had just separated.
Okay. I have a question of your sister, April. Do you have children in your home, young children in your home?
I do. I have a daughter.
What is her age?
She's 15.
Do you have any concerns or plan to have any boundaries in place?
I don't have any concerns whatsoever.
That would automatically make her also not have a.
Yeah, but I'm just concerned about visitation, things like that. I just want to make sure that you have some boundaries in place. Should he be released, you need to have some boundaries in place for supervised time only.
Oh, I will always be there. Supervised at all times.
Yeah.
If he's ever, I live in Dallas.
Oh, you live in Dallas?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. I move for executive session.
Second that.
So, Danny Barrow,
Yes.
Chucky Tillis,
Yes.
Jeremy Lou.
We're gonna discuss some confidential information. We'll be back.
That's fine.
Well, she's gonna be all day.
We have to make a motion to come out of
I
executive
move
session.
that we get back into executive session.
Right. Rich.
Second.
All right, we are back into the regular session and ready to vote. I'm the guy who votes first, since the case was assigned to me, and looking at the amount of family support that you have, the good programs that you've done. I'm gonna vote to grant you parole today with the condition that you have an approved residence plan before your release, and that you abide by curfew from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. except for work until the probation and parole officer determines that it's not needed. That you register and notify the regular sex offender requirements, and that you do a mental health evaluation and follow any recommendations that they make. If they make none, well, then you don't have to do anything. And that you have absolutely no contact with the victim or her family. That's my vote. You need a unanimous vote. Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. Woods, under current law, an offender must serve 85% of their sentence before release, and you were at that 85% at your parole eligibility date. My vote is to grant parole today. The advantage to doing that is that you're going to have supervision. And I think that that's a better situation than waiting till your full term date and you have no supervision. And
Yes, ma'am.
so my vote is to also request that you have no contact with the victim, and you need to have supervised contact with children under the age 17 and under. I just think that that's going to be an appropriate requirement. I would like to say again that you are very fortunate to have the family support that you do. And we see many failures because of lack of family support. And so I just wish you well. And my grant does not diminish the crime you've committed. Okay.
Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Woods, you've done something that was horrible. And I really I guess because of your family support and I hope that you will do well and not have this problem again and abide by the rules and regulations. So my vote today is going to be to also grant.
All right, Mr. Woods, you got all three of us. So
Thank you.
what that means is your parole has been granted with a bunch of conditions. And this would conclude our business with you today.
Thank you.
The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025.
Turn our video on.
Can y'all hear us down there?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Duke to the right. We're still here at DOC and we still at David Wade. We have Joseph Smith for a hearing. Mr. Smith, would you tell us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Joseph Benton Smith, 412040.
All right. I'm going to give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information into the record, ask you to verify it. I'm going to ask the warden at the facility to tell us about you. We're going to allow people to support to speak and in opposition to speak, and then we'll conduct a parole interview. So today we have for parole consideration Joseph Smith, DOC number 412040, who's a first felony offender who was convicted of attempted second-degree murder, reduced from first-degree murder, and felony theft. And on May 10th, 1999, was sentenced to serve 50 years without the benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence, plus 10 years hard labor to run consecutive, totaling 60 years. Your parole eligibility date is January 8th, 2024. Your good time date is 10/28/43. Your full time date would be 2/27/58. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
All right, the first question is, what did you do to cause yourself to be incarcerated, and why do you think now's the time for you to be released?
February of 98, one night, I killed, I beat, I broke, and I molested a dead body after the fact. And once I realized what I did, I made it worse by doing that, in the hopes that, because I couldn't live with myself for what I did it in the hopes that maybe the state would inflict the harshest punishment on me, which was the death penalty. But our family's lawyer, Judge Johnny Robinson, saw through that because he was familiar with my mental health status, because he had referred me to the 10th floor at LSU numerous times for suicide and other things. As to why I think I should be released, the only thing I can think of, sir, is that I'm not the same person I used to be. That person that did all those things is dead. And I just can only hope that maybe one day my family will forgive me.
Warden, do you have anything to tell us about his behavior there? Right up, saying good, bad?
Yes, sir. He's been at Wade since June the 18th of 2012. He's had a total of 49 write-ups, with the last one being April the 18th of 2015. He is not a disciplinary problem. He has got his GED while he's been here. He's also, if approved or granted parole, the Exit 318 program has agreed to accept him through their program if granted. But he's not a disciplinary problem, sir.
All right, thank you for your input.
Mm-hmm.
All right, for people in support, I don't see that there's anyone here to speak in support of the release, but we do have people who would like to speak in opposition. So in opposition, we have Leslie Parole, the victim's niece, on Zoom, who wants to speak. We have James Daniel Smith, the victim's son, who wants to speak and is on Zoom. John Jerdis, who is the victim's nephew, who would like to speak on Zoom. And we also have Jimbo Yokon with the 26th District Attorney's Office who would like to speak. And I'd like to start with the District Attorney's Office first. You're on mute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good morning, members of the panel. Jimbo Yoakum, Assistant District Attorney, Webster Parish, here on behalf of our elected DA, Skylar Marvin. Mr. Marvin actually prosecuted the case back in 1999, and I'm here on his behalf. As the members of the panel are very well aware, the facts of this case are disturbing. You heard Mr. Smith say that he, quote, molested a dead body. What he failed to mention was that his dead body was his mother. The lack of remorse, even 27 years later, is astounding. He apologized and he said he was a different person, but he never really approached the true facts of this case, that he strangled and beat his mother and then sodomized her after she was dead with a broomstick, trying to load her body up into a car. In the prior parole hearing, he also negated that fact. He then shaved his head and tried to evade police. This individual, as a district attorney, when I stand before a jury and promise that the sentence this person gets is going to be without benefit, that's certification we're making to the citizens of our parish. Our citizens do not want Mr. Smith back. Our office does not want Mr. Smith back because he obviously has shown the ability to commit a heinous crime, both against society, but also against nature, given the unique facts of this case. We strongly object and urge this board to deny parole and stand by the sentence that was rendered. He already got a very, very light sentence compared to what the facts support, as evidenced by the original charge of first-degree murder. And although he's making progress of bettering himself, he's doing it in a place that protects the citizens of the state of Louisiana from his heinous ability to be able to murder in cold blood his own mother. And so we strongly oppose and urge this board to deny his parole and stand by the sentence rendered. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll call upon Ms. Leslie Parole, victim's niece.
Good morning. I'm strongly in opposition against this. My aunt was a beautiful, amazing, smart, artistic woman. She was a mother. She was a sister. She was an aunt. When I sat down to write something, I tried to think about my aunt's last moments on earth. But you know what's amazing about the human brain is that it won't take you there because your brain can't handle that. My brain can't handle that. What he did to my aunt is so heinous that I can't even imagine what the last moments of her life were like. There is no way that someone like this should ever be considered for parole. There is no way that this should even be a discussion at this point. He has no clue as to what he's done. He has no remorse at all. And this should not even be a discussion at this point. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time to be here.
Thank
Next
you.
we have Mr. James Daniel Smith, the victim's son.
Yes, good morning. My name is James Daniel Smith, and I'm Joseph's adopted brother. And I'm going to do my best to get everything in the 3 minutes. On Saturday, November 29th, 2025, as I was preparing for this parole hearing, I cried and wept very hard for a very long time about the death of my loving mother, Billy Sharon High Smith. She loved me so very much, and I loved her so very much also. It was raw emotions coming out that needed to come out. I believe it was cathartic, the process of releasing and thereby providing relief from strong or repressed emotions. And I pray and hope that some good comes from the grave tragedy of her death. I need the parole board to hear me and to feel my emotions now. It still breaks my heart about what happened many years ago in February 1998. Nobody should have to go through the grief, suffering, and other hurtful emotions that my family and I have been through then, now, and in the future. As a result of Joseph's actions against my loving mother, my family and I have mental and emotional baggage that we've had to deal with for many years. I have had chronic headaches, depression, and anxiety to deal with since that very day. Thankfully, I've had the opportunity to attend multiple visits to counselors, and I can tell you that this tragedy has dramatically changed my life and my family's lives. Joseph stole our mother from us, and it's very tragic. And I have known Joseph for about 42 years. He was always a disturbed, aggressive, and violent person growing up. He was mentally unstable then with a very malicious heart. We all know the true Joseph Smith, and this act of trying to be a different person does not fool me nor anyone else in my family. At the last parole board hearing, Joseph did not express any remorse about killing our mom, and he did not express any remorse about killing our mom today. This indicates he has not changed, and I strongly believe that he will never change his violent and brutal behavior. Once a killer, always a killer. Therefore, I strongly urge you, the parole board, to deny Joseph's parole for this time and all future applications, if for nothing else but my peace of mind and that of my family's peace of mind. I fear that he would be a danger to each of us should he be released back into society. I not only have to think about my own life and those lives of my extended, loving family, but I have a wife and a child that I must protect as well. Please do not allow him the freedom he does not deserve. And as I sit and listen to my sweet mother-in-law talk to her grandchildren on the phone each night, I can't help but to get emotional. She is alive and able to enjoy life as a grandmother to not one but 6 children plus a great grandchild. My mother didn't even get to enjoy my college graduation, the day I met my wife, my wedding day, or the day my daughter was born. My mom doesn't get to come home to visit or spend Christmas with her grandbaby. Joseph Smith stole all this from me and from us. Life is very precious. I do my best to make sure my daughter understands just how precious life is. It's a grave sin that my mother's life was taken from us so tragically. Please put yourselves in my and my family's shoes. How would you feel if your mother was murdered and the convicted killer was released out on parole with the thought that he's coming for you next? Please don't leave us living in that fear. Thank you very much for my opportunity to testify today, and have a great rest of your day. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from the victim's nephew, Mr. John Gertis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, and appreciate the opportunity to speak here. Like you said, I'm the victim's nephew, and I spoke at the last hearing at length about my concerns about releasing the prisoner early, and I won't rehash my statements here today. Instead, I would like to read from the transcript of the police interview between Officer Smith and the prisoner. This interview took place on February 27th, 98, the day after he raped and killed his mom, my Aunt Billy. And what I'm about to read is a confession for a crime he wasn't charged for. And I'll begin now. Officer, okay, Joseph, let's back up a few minutes. When I was talking to you earlier, you mentioned that something took place between you and your mother. Is this going to be before all this took place, after the fight, before the fight, or after the fight? The prisoner says after. Officer, okay, so you're fighting with your mother now and she's getting up off the floor. Did you notice any blood on her head or anything like that at that point? And now I'll move down several lines. Officer, okay, and then what did you do? Did you try to drag her out into the hall or back up in the bed? Because there's something that happened to your mother. Do you want to tell us about it? Prisoner, you already know about it. Officer, I know, Joseph, we know about it, but for reporting purposes, we need you to tell us about it, okay? I know it's not easy, but we want you to do is take your time. Is this when it happened? Is this when it happened, what you did to her? Prisoner, I remember something on the floor. Officer, okay, and where did this take place? Prisoner, right there on the floor. Officer, right there on the floor. In the bedroom or in the hall? In the bedroom? Prisoner, right there with the chest. And moving a few lines down now. Officer, did you pull her panties down? Was she laid over her back? Was she? Prisoner, no, from all the tussling, they were already semi-down. He then goes on to say that she was still breathing after he finished raping her, so there's a good chance that she was aware of what was happening to her. Her own son forcing himself into her and then ending her life. Imagine her terror in the last moments of her life. Imagine the shame. The autopsy report confirms the sexual assault, and I quote, the genitalia is examined and contusions are identified to involve the labia minora and vaginal vault, but measure up to 3 centimeters and are extensive, end quote. Now, I cannot think of a more depraved and disgusting response to a lifetime of love and sacrifice that she gave this person. And so I implore you to keep this prisoner where he belongs within the walls of David Wade. It's insane that we are here even having this conversation about releasing this person. And our family wants all stakeholders here to know that there is no imaginable circumstance under which we would be supportive of the prisoner's early release. And we're going to show up every time that these hearings come up for the prisoner. There's never a time that we won't be here speaking in opposition. We want to get that out there. So please do what you know is right. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. All right, that's all the people that we had that want to speak. But we also do have others who are opposed. The judge in this case is opposed. The district attorney in this case is opposed. The sheriff in this case is opposed. The chief of police in this jurisdiction is opposed. And the attorney general's office is opposed. This case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, so she'll start off with the first question. And she'll be the one to cast the first vote.
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions of the offender. I've heard everything and read everything, and I'll be prepared to vote at the appropriate time.
Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions?
I have no questions.
I have one question. Why did you kill him? What was it about?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't remember.
You don't think about that every day?
I've thought about it for the past almost 28 years.
And you still don't know why you killed him? Were you on drugs?
No, sir. I wasn't taking my mental health medication like I was supposed to.
Well, that's the only question I had. We're prepared to vote. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny parole. This was a pled down from a first-degree murder. Institutional conduct, although it has not been recent, loss of 534 good time days, a significant law enforcement opposition, and history of psychological illness.
Mr. Tiller?
I concur with Ms. Ledoux.
And I also vote to deny based on law enforcement opposition, victim and family opposition. And I also recommend that you continue with the programs while you're gonna be coming back up again. And I recommend that you can complete the program Victim Accountability Letter and Mental Health. So today, Mr. Smith, your parole has been denied, and this concludes our business with Mr. Smith. All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025. We're still here at headquarters and we're still at David Wade and we're continuing our hearings with Mr. Tony WINBUSH. Mr. WINBUSH, would you please give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Honorary WINBUSH, 132542.
All right. I'll give you a brief explanation of the process. I'm going to read some information, ask you to verify it for the record. We're going to give you a chance to speak and tell us what you did to get yourself in trouble and why you think you should be released now. We're going to ask the warden for some information. We're going to allow public supporters and public opposition to speak. And we'll give you the last word. Today we have for parole consideration Tony WINBUSH, DOC number 132542, who's a third felony offender who was convicted of aggravated burglary habitual offender as a habitual offender on 6/29/05 and was sentenced to serve 35 years hard labor in Caddo Parish. Your parole eligibility date is January 31st, 2025. You're not eligible for good time, and your full term date is February 1st of 40. How does that sound to you, Mr. WINBUSH?
That's correct.
All right, well, would you go ahead and tell us what you did to get yourself in this trouble and that kind of sentence, and why do you think now would be a good time to let you out early?
I did the crime, and since I've been down for 20 years, and I rehabilitate myself and stuff. I'm a new man now, and I feel bad about the crime that I did and stuff.
I asked you to tell us about the crime. What did you do? What is it you did?
It happened like in 05, February the 1st. I broke in a house. I did that crime, and I'm sorry about I did it.
What did you do?
And what did you do when you broke into her house? You turned around and left, or you hung out for a while? What happened while you were there?
I asked for some money, but she didn't have no money, and I left. I left the scene.
Was there a gun involved?
There was a gun involved. I left with the gun. She gave me the gun, and I left with it.
She gave it to you, or you took it away?
No, she just gave it to me. She just handed it to me, and I left with it. That nobody get hurt in that scene.
Okay. Sounds a little odd to me. You broke into her house and she handed you a gun. I would have thought if you'd have broken into her house, she'd have probably tried to shoot you. But whatever. So you broke in and she just handed you her gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Warden. Do you have any comments about Mr. WINBUSH or his behavior there?
Yes, sir. Mr. WINBUSH has been at Wade since April the 26th of 2010. He's had a total of 7 write-ups, with the last one being July the 28th of 21. He's currently works on the South Yard crew. He's been through different programs, Cage Your Rage, Living in Balance, Victim Awareness. He does have a residence to go to, if approved, to his brother, and he plans to work at a tire service store, I'm assuming in Mansfield. Yeah. So, but he, other than his last write-up being in 21, he's not been a disciplinary problem.
All right, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have, we don't have any body here to speak in support, and we don't have anybody here to speak in opposition. But we do have opposition from the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, the chief of police office, and the attorney general's office. So we do have some opposition. Your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, who's going to ask you a few questions, and she'll be the one to cast the first vote. Ms. Ledoux?
Mr. WINBUSH, was your brother aware that you were having this hearing today?
Yeah, sir, but he had told me last night that he couldn't make it because he had to work.
Did he know that he could get on Zoom and join us from his phone?
Yes, ma'am. He knowed it, but he said he'd be so busy he couldn't, really get in and zoom in on it.
That concerns me, because I like to see family support, but I can't blame you for that.
Yes,
Um,
ma'am.
Have you done any skills training? I know that the literacy is difficult. Have you had any skills training since you've been in for the last 20 years? Any kind of craft,
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the job that you're going to is tire repair shop in Mansfield, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. That's with my brother there.
Okay. Mr. Winbush, I really am skeptical of the story you said happened when you went in to your across the street neighbor's house. She didn't just give you the gun according to the police report, according to her testimony.
Ma'am, I did not take it. She just handed me the gun and I left with it.
Okay. And then what did you do from there?
Ma'am,
What did you do after she gave you the gun? What did you do?
I just left, went on by my business.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. I'm really hoping, Mr. Winbush, that you can provide something for me to believe that you could get out and be productive, but I'm not hearing anything.
I can get out and be productive to my community that I'm going to now because where I was staying at, it was a lot of stuff around me and stuff that I can get off into, but I'm moving on with my life now.
Because you're going to a different neighborhood. You're going to a different community altogether.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to another parish.
Right. You've taken victim awareness.
I done did all of it.
Do you feel like your neighbor that you went into her house, was she a victim?
No, ma'am.
She wasn't a victim?
She was the victim that I went into her house, but I have no clue that I ain't by rights. I ain't have no business in our house at all that night. But we had got a hand on some bills and we needed some money to pay our bills, me and my old lady. And I went and did this crime and I feel bad about when I did that crime and stuff. And when I broke in the house, she had that gun and she gave me the gun. She didn't have no money, so I left with the gun and went sold the gun and stuff.
Okay, I'm going to defer to my colleagues if they have questions.
I'm still a little hung up on the gun thing too. After you told her your problem, she just decided to give you the gun for you to go sell it. She said, "Here, I got something you can sell. I don't have any money." How did you?
When I broke in the house, she just gave me the gun and I just left with it. And when no violence taking place or nothing.
I could go into executive session.
Okay.
I'll second.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes.
Danny Barros,
Yeah.
Chucky Tillins.
Yes.
All right, the board's back in session and it's time to vote. I'm gonna ask Mr. Ledoux to vote first since the case has been assigned to her.
Mr. Winbush, I believe that, you spent 20 years in a productive manner. You have prepared for release in terms of taking the necessary courses. Warden, I understand he's unable to achieve the GED requirement.
Yes, ma'am.
But that requirement is also for literacy or for some type of job training. There's some job skill.
He completed a literacy class back in 22.
He did pass literacy, Pat.
Yes, ma'am. There's a certificate in here for that, for a literacy class.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. So he's met the requirements for release. He served 20 years. There's no victim opposition, and he has a plan for reentry. So my vote today is to grant parole. And Mr. Winbush, you're a third-class offender. You may not have been successful on your last supervision, but you have until 2040 on paper.
No.
So you have to have the parole agent be your best friend. Okay, but my vote is to grant parole. And I'm going to put a curfew from 10 to 5 on you. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Tony, I voted for you last time. And you've done well, improved yourself. My vote this time is going to be to grant also.
All right, and I'm gonna concur with my colleagues and grant it this time also the conditional upon completion of the victim accountability letter class. You need to take and complete the victim accountability letter class, and then you can be released.
Yes.
All right, so today your parole has been granted conditionally, and this will conclude our business with Mr. Winbush today.
You don't like her?
All right, the Committee on Parole is called back to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025. My name is Danny Barros, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues are Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. We're still here at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and our remote location is still at David Wade Correctional Center. We're here for a case on Mr. Boyd. Mr. Boyd, would you give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
David Tyler Boyd, DOC 751286.
All right, I'm gonna give you a brief explanation of the process. First, I'm gonna read some information about your case into the record, ask you to verify it, then I'm gonna give you a chance to speak and tell us what caused you to be incarcerated and why you think we should release you. And then we'll ask the warden to give us some information about your behavior there and your write-ups. And we'll allow public input, and then we'll allow support and opposition. And we'll give you the last chance to speak. So today we have for parole consideration, David Boyd, DOC number 751286, who is a first felony offender who was convicted of carnal knowledge of a juvenile, and on January 21st, 2020, was sentenced to serve 8 years hard labor in East Carroll Parish. The parole eligibility date is January 20th, 26. Your good time date is not eligible, and your full term date is January 21st, 28. Does that information sound correct to you, Mr. Boyd?
Yes, sir.
All right, and go ahead and tell us, what did you do to get yourself in trouble with an 8-year sentence, and why do you feel today is the day we should be letting you go?
I take full responsibility. I committed the crime of carnal knowledge of a juvenile. I was at a bad time of my life, and I made a horrible decision that in fact affected the life of myself and several others. I want to take this time, if possible, to apologize to my victim. Whether I'm released today or not, I'm truly sorry for what I did. It eats me alive every day, what I did, and I'll live with it for the rest of my life. I hope when this is finished, whether it be today or in 8 years, that my victim will forgive me along with her family. I don't know what else to say other than I'm sorry. If I could turn back time and take it away, I can assure you I would. It was the worst decision I've ever made, and the reason I think I deserve to be released is I've completely changed my life. Ever since being incarcerated, I've taken every class possible. I've done everything and made every step to make myself a better person. I go to church. I remarried. I bought a house 100 miles away from where my crime occurred. I've got an excellent support system. I've got family that love me and a job waiting on me. I'm just asking for a second chance at life. This is the first time I've ever been in trouble. I'm asking for forgiveness for my victim, her family, and my family as well.
Thank you very much for that input. Warden, tell us a little bit about him, the behavior there.
Yes, sir. David Boyd's transferred to Wade 2/11 of 2020. He has one RBR, and that was February the 3rd of 2020, the day he got here. Like he said, he's gone through the victim awareness, anger management. He's currently in our protection unit, and he works the programs through that. And then he is not a disciplinary inmate at all.
What is the protection unit? I just heard you say.
Yes, sir. That's the unit where we house high profile inmates, such as ex-police officers and stuff like that. We have a 50 bed unit here.
That's what I thought. I wanted to be clear.
Yes, sir.
All right. We have some people here in support who would like to speak. So we'll start out with Tristan Boyd, the offender's brother, on Zoom.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tristan. I'm David's younger brother. The time that he has been incarcerated, I feel like he's taken full responsibility for his actions and shown great remorse for the actions that he did. I talk to him every day on a daily basis. I've seen the remorse through our conversations, through his actions, and the character that he's shown. I've spent the last 6 years with the weight on my shoulders of knowing that he's in there. As my older brother and my best friend, it's really hard for me on a daily basis knowing that he's in the position that he's in. That being said, he did make mistakes, and that is the reason that he is where he is. I believe that he has went through rehabilitation, educational programs, and through doing that, he has really achieved a lot as far as molding his character and helping create something for his future. I myself am willing to do whatever it takes from a financial standpoint, housing standpoint, any kind of support that I can give him emotionally. And also, I've spoken with my work, my direct supervisor, and have a job opportunity for him pending on his release. And I also, like I said, that I feel like he has really grown as a person over the last 6 years. And I think he's learned a lot. And I feel like his time has been well served. And I'm personally just ready for him to come home. I have, like I said, done everything I could as far as getting him a job, and I have that lined up. He has a home in Jonesboro, Louisiana, that he and his wife own, that he will have stable, housing situation. And he has a vehicle to transport him back and forth to work. Um, I would really appreciate it, and I respectfully ask that you will consider his release.
Thank you very much. All right, next we have the offender's grandfather, Johnny Moss, would like to speak on Zoom. Oh,
Yes, sir. My name is Johnny C. Moss. David Boyd is my grandson. And I appreciate y'all very much considering that he be out on parole. I truly believe he has learned his lesson. I have talked to him numerous times and visited him numerous times while he was over there. And he never fails to tell me that, Papa, I'm sorry about what I done. I shouldn't have done what I done. I regret what I done. I hate it for y'all that I put y'all through this. You will never have to worry about me getting any more trouble. I did police work for 31 years myself, and I've dealt with a lot of people. And I truly believe that he is sorry for what he done. And I honestly believe that you will not have to worry about him getting any trouble anymore, because he has had plenty of time to think about it, and he has thought about it, and he can't apologize to us enough for what he's done. And all I can say is I appreciate y'all very much if you would consider letting him out on parole. And I really honestly don't think that you would have to regret what you did. I believe he would truly stay out of trouble. And he is set up, I believe, where he's got a place to stay, where he won't be violating nothing. And I just appreciate it if y'all very much could consider letting him out on parole. And I thank you very much.
thank you. We also have the offender's father, David Boyd, who would like to speak on Zoom.
Yes. I would just like to say that he's been gone a while. I know he's very remorseful for what he's done. I've been to see him every chance I got, and I talk to him every day on the phone. And I don't believe he will ever have any kind of run in with the law again. Um, he's finished all his programs, and I'm ready for him to come home.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
All right, we also have Rooster Olivo, an attorney who would like to speak.
Good morning, gentlemen, ma'am. Yeah, Daryl Olivo, I guess is my proper name, but everybody refers to me as Rooster around here anyway. And Mr. Boyd is my client on some matters. I don't think I can say much that hadn't already been said. I believe it's Warden Ackland sitting there with him that has said basically he's a model inmate. My understanding is he has completed several classes, sex offender classes. I think y'all have letters of basically support, for lack of a better description, from the victim as well as some of the victim's family. My conversations with Mr. Boyd have been that he obviously recognizes what he did. He's fully accepted responsibility, has been remorseful. Obviously, he's a first-time offender, and I think he does have a place to go, as everybody said. I've talked with his wife about that, who he was in a relationship with prior to being incarcerated. And they do own a home in, I believe, Jonesboro, Louisiana. And she has been very supportive of him.
And I can confirm, we do have letters that he's talking about, several different letters of people who wrote in support and in opposition who were not here today. We also have opposition from the sheriff's office and attorney general's office. And we have Mr. Gregory Gwynn, the victim's father, who would like to speak on Zoom today. You're on mute.
Yes, my name is Ryan Gwynn, and the victim was my daughter. And we feel that he does not need to be out. She has been affected tremendously over this. Every day it's on her mind. This has just changed everybody's life. And his sentence to me just wasn't enough, but letting him out early is just not something that should be considered either. So we oppose him getting out early.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. All right, the case is assigned to Mr. Tillis, who's going to ask some questions, and he'll be the one that casts the first vote.
Good morning, Mr. Boyd. How are you?
Good morning. How you doing? I'm doing well, sir.
I read through your file or your file and gone through a lot of the letters and stuff, and I do feel that you're remorseful. It's good to see that you've taken a lot of classes also too, and have a pretty good record there according to the warden. I have no more questions. That's my colleagues.
I'd like to know, how long were you a police officer before this crime took place?
I would say approximately a year and a half. I'm just guesstimating. I went through the academy and I was probably on my own a little over a year.
Okay. So you were pled down from second-degree rape to carnal knowledge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
think that answers those questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any question. So make it time to vote. Tillis?
Yes. Mr. Boyd, as I said earlier, and one of the things that struck me the most is, as a police officer, we're supposed to protect and serve. And I think you got a good deal with 8 years. So my vote today is going to be to deny.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny parole at this time.
And I'm gonna concur and vote to deny parole based on the crime committed against a juvenile while you were a police officer and law enforcement opposition. So, Mr. Boyd, today your parole has been denied, and this would conclude our business at David Wade at 10:54. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. The panel is at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and our remote location is the Union Parish Detention Center. Is there any staff in the room? Could you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Hill.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
We
sir.
also have Mr. DIJON. Would you please introduce yourself by telling us your full name and DOC number for the record?
My full name is DIJON Charlie Travis. My DOC number is 631115.
All right. And you have appointed counsel with you today?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm present now. I have joined by a Zoom. I was present at the detention center, but I was summoned to another court.
We got a whole lot of feedback with you. We couldn't understand nothing you said. Try it again.
Is that any better? Or is it still feedback?
Feedback.
How about now? I'm gonna shut off my speakers for a moment while I'm speaking, but I'm in another courtroom, and that's why it may be feedbacking badly.
You may need to move to a different location where there's not the background noise. We can't understand you.
But that was better than the first try. You got better the second time. Still had a lot of feedback.
It's not feedback.
How about this? Is that better now?
Yeah.
So, yes, I'm Philip Ellis. I was the appointed counsel by Judge Rogers to Mr. Davis, not only in his matter that was occurring in Union Parish, but also got appointed related to this parole revocation matter.
All right. Regarding this revocation, I'm going to read each of the violations and ask for a plea for each one. And I'm going to ask the offender to respond guilty, guilty with the statement, not guilty, or not guilty with the statement for all of them. And then we'll go over them. So the first thing we have for you, is that you violated condition number 4, that you were arrested for 3 counts of aggravated assault on 8/26/25, and that you pled guilty to 3 charges of and was sentenced to time served on 9/19/25. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty.
You want to make a statement about it?
No, no, sir.
All right. Then we also have number 5, that you stated to the victims that you had a knife and a gun and that you were going to take them out. The sheriff's deputies did find a knife in your bag that you had in your possession. How do you plead to making a threat and having a knife in your bag when the sheriff's office checked you out?
I plead guilty, sir.
Guilty. All right, so we've got 2 guilty pleas, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Tillis for further investigation. Question.
You do know you're violating your parole.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you can see what his attorney has to say on it before we make a vote.
All right. Will we have the attorney speak?
Mr. Ellis, do you have something to say in his behalf?
Can't hear you. Good.
Okay.
That's gonna be back feedback. I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of issues here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
And I apologize, I didn't hear what the question was.
Do you have any statement you want to make before we have a vote? He pled guilty to both of the violations against him.
That's correct. I would just, I believe on behalf of Mr. Travis, we are asking for some leniency on this matter. The matter was an unfortunate incident, which, Mr. Travis basically was frustrated. He was waiting for a ride. They were trying to rush him off the property, which he was, allowed to be at. He was working there. It was at a case farm, so he was employed doing well. We would ask that, Mr. Travis be allowed to return to, supervision and parole despite the fact that he had the plea there. There was a dispute, or there was a question over on the factual allegations, because the allegation was that he said that he had a gun and a knife. No gun was ever located. He was not found in possession of a gun. There was a black and silver knife, which was never defined as what that knife was. There was no photographs of it. I don't know if that was a butter knife, a kitchen knife, steak knife, a hunting knife. I don't know what even that was. So, Mr. Travis, does desire to potentially be returned to, parole. If not returned to parole, he is asking for some consideration for, work improvement as well as any work release, applications that he may be eligible for. He, has a strong work ethic, and again, where this incident occurred was actually at his, employment, where he had completed a shift and was simply waiting for a ride to come back. Had some transportation issues, and that was cause of the frustration.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Signature.
You don't have to use that. So, Mr. Travis, do you want to make a final statement to the board before we vote?
No, sir.
All right, it's time to vote. Mr. Tillis has assigned your case. How do you vote, Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny.
All right, Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny, but I'd like to stipulate that Mr. Travis be afforded the opportunity to have mental health evaluation and substance abuse education when he returns to custody.
All right, and my vote is also to revoke, and for the same reasons that stated by my colleague. So, Mr. Travis, today this means your parole has been revoked, and this concludes our business at Union Parish Detention Center at 11:12 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Travis. Take care now.
You too.
If you go first. Committee on Parole is called to order. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. The panel's at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and our remote location is the Rapides Parish Detention Center. Is there any staff members in the room? Sergeant Marsh. All right, thank you. We have Mr. Augustine. Would you give us your full name and DOC number for the record?
Robert Augustine, and 791445.
All right. It was determined at the preliminary hearing that you were ineligible for appointed counsel. Do you have a questionnaire in front of you that you signed back then showing you that?
Yes, sir.
So you are you ready to participate right now? Did you hire an attorney since then, or you just want to go ahead on?
I just want to go on.
All right. So I'm going to read the violations that are alleged against you and ask you for a plea of guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty with a statement. And we'll go through each one real quick, and then we'll come back to each of them in particular. So the first violation you have is that on or about March 17th, you were arrested by the Rapides Sheriff's Office for the offense of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and resisting an officer. You were booked into subsequently you were booked to Rapides Detention Center on September 29, 25, and you pled guilty to resisting arrest and false information and sentenced to serve 6 months parish jail with credit for time served. How do you plead to that one?
Yes, sir.
Pled guilty, and then you have the second part of it is the charges of possession of a firearm with a convicted felon were dismissed by the Rapides Sheriff's Office at that time. I guess as part of that plea deal.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we have guilty plea for the conviction for pleading guilty to misdemeanor, resist false information. All right, we have number 5. On or about March 12th, you were arrested by the Rapides Sheriff's Office for felon in possession of a firearm. How do you plead to that violation, possession of a firearm, number 5?
Right. Not guilty.
And number 6, you failed to provide proof of gainful employment since being released to GPS on January 4th, 2025. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
All right. So you pled guilty to the first part of number 4 and you pled guilty to number 6. So we need to talk about number 5, the firearm possession. Looks like, well, the officer says, and this is just a partial, the officer said, while attempting to confirm identity, I observed the signs of deception and that you appear to be lying, and confronted about the discrepancy in dates of birth, you became defensive. Upon checking the information, found no results. Quickly detained him and walked back to the unit to place him inside. I asked him again, and he informed me his name was Robert Augustine. So that's part of the, then he further on says that during the search, you discovered a Glock Model 19 9mm with a round in the chamber and extended capacity magazine loaded with 27 rounds of both ball and hollow point ammunition that was located at the base of the front passenger seat floorboard. The occupant was sitting there in that spot, was identified as Terry Andrew Augustine with a birth date of 8/7/24. So tell us about that gun and about that stop when you told the cops a different name and all of that. That's what we're talking about.
All right. I only told the cop my name was Terry Andre Augustine because I was scared to give my real name because I know I'm on parole and probation. So I was scared to give my real name. So like I don't know why I did it. But I just.
Oh, what had you done wrong to where, I mean, just because you're on probation doesn't mean you got a problem.
Yeah, but no.
Be hiding hiding your real identity?
No, but it was smoking in the car. Like the driver was smoking in the car.
Marijuana?
Yes, sir.
You wasn't smoking?
No, sir.
That's just be around.
All right. What about the gun? Who the gun belonged to?
I don't know like who the gun belonged. Like I was a passenger like in the car. I just caught a ride with a friend.
So you don't know who the gun was for?
No, sir.
And obviously nobody accepted responsibility for the gun in the car?
Right.
So they charged all of y'all?
Oh, they only charged me because I'm a felon.
Because you're the felon?
Yes,
Did you know they had a gun in the car? That's when a extended magazine,
I wasn't aware. I just caught a ride with a friend going hang out with him.
Gotcha.
We got pulled over.
And you're telling me you didn't know that they had that gun with that big magazine in the car,
No,
right?
sir. No, sir.
All right. I see that we have a probation officer here to speak. Can you tell us any information and fill us in on any of the information we're talking about, Mr. Coco?
Yes, good morning, Justin Coco. Standing in for Agent Ethan Guillo, who is Mr. Augustine's supervising agent. He was unable to attend this hearing today. I do have the police report here that was summarized in the preliminary hearing that you read from. It appears that Mr. Augustine was a passenger in the vehicle, and the gun was located underneath his seat that he was sitting in, which is in his reach and in his possession. I believe the driver and the rear passenger passed the gun around to try and hide it from what I've read in the report. But it was located, the officer did locate it underneath Mr. Augustine's seat that he was sitting on.
Right. And I saw somewhere in the report PNP is recommending revocation. Is that the officer's recommendation?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right, Mr. Tillis, do you have any questions of him?
I just wanted, I heard the parole officer say that, they noticed that the gun was passed around. Was it indicated it was passed around to his seat or what? Can you hear me?
Yes, I heard you. I'm locating in the report right here. It's a couple page report. Let me just find exactly where I read that at. Oh, so what I did find was when Mr. Augustine, after he was advised of his rights, Mr. Augustine made a statement that 3 female juveniles knew about the gun. They stated it was not theirs. One of the passengers stated that he tossed the gun on the floor when they were all asked to exit the vehicle. That's where I read that statement from. So this is just during interviews.
Right. Okay. Mr. Duke, any questions?
Mr. Augustine, I'm sure that your probation and parole officer thoroughly explained the conditions of parole to you. Being a first felony offender, you need to understand when it says that you're not supposed to be around anyone involved in illegal drug activity or with a gun, that means it doesn't matter. You don't catch a ride with those people.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, you don't get around those people.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's just plain and simple. As soon as you smell marijuana, it's illegal to smoke it right now unless they have a recommendation prescription, but they shouldn't be smoking it and driving it. So you shouldn't be there. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, but not my car though. So you know what?
You got in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that was your problem. Yeah. Okay.
Ma'am.
All right. I don't have any more questions. Do you have any statements you would like to make about the whole thing before we take a vote?
No, sir.
Okay, being your case is assigned to me, I'm looking at that preliminary hearing summary and seeing that you did plead guilty to resisting arrest by false information, which is a violation of your parole, a conviction for that. And also from the police report that you were in and riding around in a car with a gun with an extended magazine that nobody else claims. So I find that you were in violation of condition of being in a possession of a firearm too. So for those 2 reasons, I have to vote to revoke your parole. Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to revoke based on non-compliance with standard parole conditions.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is also to revoke of the violations 4, 5, and 6.
All right. Mr. Augustine, this means that today the decision of the board is to revoke your parole, and this would conclude our business with you. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. Panel still at headquarters in Baton Rouge, and our remote location is Rapides Parish Detention Center. We're here for a revocation hearing on Mr. Branch. Mr. Branch, would you please introduce yourself by telling us your full name and DOC number for the record? Mute. You're on mute. Can't hear you.
Glenn Branch Jr. 433-815.
All right. And I see that you were determined not eligible for appointed counsel at a preliminary hearing and signed the parole revocation questionnaire. Do you have that questionnaire in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That's your signature on it? You recognize it?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we're going to go ahead and continue your parole revocation hearing without appointed counsel, because if you're not eligible then, you're not eligible now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read to you the violations against you and ask you to plead for each violation. You can either plead guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty, and not guilty with a statement. It looks like you've listed as violating condition number 4, that you engaged in criminal activity when you committed the crime of domestic battery and was arrested by the Alexandria Police Department on 9/13/25, and that trial is set for January 20th, 26 in Alexandria City Court. How do you plead to that violation?
Guilty with explanation.
Guilty with a state. All right. And the second violation is that you failed to make payments toward your supervision fees and you're behind $252. How do you plead to that one?
Guilty.
All right. So let's talk about that. Guilty with a statement for the violation of number 4, the domestic abuse. Go ahead and tell us what you want with the statement.
Well, Mr. Danny, I've been with this person a couple of years, and I've been falsely accused, basically, more than this one time here. So, I mean, every time she gets upset with me, she calls the police on me.
So you're saying every time she gets mad at you, she calls the police, but the violation is that you committed domestic violence and that there was a visible cut on her nose and that she told the police you were coming off drugs and that you punched her multiple times. And the police saw evidence, the blood, the nose busted, and you wouldn't come out the residence. They had to go in and get you. And you had scratches on yourself. So to me, it looks like y'all were both fighting with each other.
That's not true about me punching her, though.
How did she get busted nose?
I don't know.
You don't know how she got the busted nose? But she's telling the police you did it.
Yeah.
And how did you get the scratches that were on you? You told police she did it. Right?
No, I ain't tell them nothing. I ain't tell them anything. I wasn't able to tell them anything.
Did you have scratches? Well, the officer says right here, Officer Baker noted that there were scratches on Mr. Branch's face and that he indicated that they were done by Ms. Williams, but still maintained the argument was verbal in nature and not physical. Officer Baker also indicated in the report that Ms. Williams answered yes to 6 of the domestic abuse questions. So tell me what happened again, because I'm not getting it.
I mean, we got into a verbal altercation, but Me, as far as me putting my hands on, I never did that. That's not true.
Did she put her hands on you?
Yeah.
Why was she being treated by the ambulance?
I don't know, man. I guess she called them. She called the police.
And why you didn't let the cops in? When they got there, they had to break the door to get in.
I didn't know they was there.
Mr. Branch, you're a sixth felony offender, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I won't argue. You were paroled May 22nd, and you were detained September 13th.
Yes, ma'am.
4 months.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, you know the rules of supervision. Had the police been called before this time, since you've been out in May? Have they been called before?
No, ma'am.
How long did you stay in this last time you were in prison?
2 years, 2 years and 4 months.
You had a relationship with Miss Williams prior to that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was y'all verbal altercation about? What were y'all fighting about?
I ain't come home in a couple of days. She was mad at me.
You hadn't been home in a couple of days and she was mad?
That's it.
All right, anybody else has any other question?
No.
Do you have anything you want to say before we take a vote on this?
I mean, I just pray to God that y'all have some leniency on me. That I'm not no violent person. Like, I mean, I work. I mean, when I'm at home, I work. I do what I'm supposed to in society. Like, I'm not no bad person.
Executive session.
I second.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Branch,
Yes, sir.
when y'all were having that argument, were you involved with any drinking or any drugs or anything like that? That would have, what was the problem?
Yes, sir, I was. I was intoxicated.
Drinking a little bit?
Yes, sir.
If you weren't drinking, that wouldn't have happened, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was one of my questions. So, that would make us, we're ready to vote. Ms. Ledoux, I'm gonna let you vote first on this one.
Okay, Mr. Branch, I would like to vote in lieu of revocation that you have substance abuse treatment at a facility that offers the Duluth Domestic Abuse Battery Program as well. So you need some DOC substance abuse treatment as well as domestic abuse battery treatment. And that's in lieu of revocation. Okay, so after completion of those programs, you would be returned to supervision. And I also would put a condition of no contact with Ms. Williams.
Yes, ma'am. I wouldn't. That's in my past with her.
Okay, well, it'll be on paper, so it has to be in your past. Okay. So until your full term date of 31, no contact with Ms. Williams. Okay, so that's just my, thank you.
And I'm gonna vote to reinstate your parole too.
In lieu of.
In lieu of the conditions that Ms. Ledoux put on. So my vote's the same as hers.
Okay, thank you.
When you complete the classes, you can get out.
Thank you, sir.
And I concur.
All right, so you're getting a chance. Don't go out there and try to fuss with her and make another relationship with her again, because that's gonna be by itself enough to revoke you.
That's my word. I promise I will never mess with her again.
And then, you know, the classes that she's ordering for you, that's some good stuff. So you ought to be able to, you know, get that drinking monkey off your back, and then whatever others you got on and come out ready to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you're welcome.
See?
Since
Oh, yeah, that's it.
this would conclude the business. This concludes our business at Rapides Detention Center at 12:03 p.m.
I was going to talk to you, but if they would have violated
All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order. Good to go. Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025. Time is 12:14 p.m. My name is Danny Barras, serving as your chairman today. My colleagues on today's panel are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. Panel still at headquarters, and our remote location is now Washington Parish Jail. If there's any staff in the room, please introduce yourself for the record. You're on mute. And you're not there. All right. All right, the Committee on Parole is called to order.
Yes, sir.
Today's date is December 9th, 2025, and the time is 12:18 p.m. My name is Danny Barras, serving as your chairman today.
Yes, sir.
Colleagues are Mr. Tillis to my left and Ms. Ledoux to my right. And our committee is held at federal headquarters. And our remote location is the Washington Parish Jail.
Yes, sir.
And is there any staff in the room there? Will they please introduce themselves?
No, sir, ain't none of them.
No staff in the room? Okay, that's fine. All right. So would you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us your full name and your seat?
My name is Michael Wayne Greeley. Michael Wayne Greeley.
Know your DOC number?
127536.
That's right. All right. And back at the preliminary hearing, they determined that you were not eligible for appointed counsel, and you signed a parole revocation questionnaire. Do you have a copy of that questionnaire with you?
No, sir.
You remember signing it?
Yes, sir. It's in the lockdown.
All right.
It's in the back.
Are you ready to proceed with your hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, that's
All right.
it.
That's it. Okay, so you're not eligible for appointed counsel. All right, we're gonna proceed without any kind of counsel right now then. I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read you the violations and ask you to plead either guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty, or not guilty with a statement. And then Mr. Ledoux, who's assigned your case, is gonna go over them individually with you and get the statement.
Yes.
So we have listed by the parole officer as a violation of condition number 2 that says agents attempted to see you at your residence on 10 different occasions during the month of August, including a Saturday, with no success. You then failed to report to the parole office on August 27th, August 28th, and September the 4th as instructed. How do you plead to that?
I plead guilty, sir, with a statement. My sister was ill. That's the only transportation I have. My sister was ill. That's the one I state.
Hold on a second. I didn't even catch what you said. You said guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, sir. No,
Guilty with a statement. Now, hold on. Mr. Ledoux is gonna take your statement in a minute. I just asked, I need to go over. The second one is violation of number 4, that you arrested on a parole warrant on September 27th at the Bogalusa Police Department by the Bogalusa on Dan Street in Bogalusa when the police responded to a disturbance at that location, which is known as a drug area. Were you on Dan Street?
I was right there on the corner of Dan Street.
Okay, so you admit or guilty with a statement or not guilty with a
I
statement?
ain't like to tell them I'm guilty. I'm there on Dan Street on the corner.
All right, that finishes the part that I was gonna go over with you. Mr. Ledoux is gonna ask you some questions and let you give your statement regarding those two violations.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Mr. Greeley,
Yes, ma'am.
I know that you did not have transportation
Right.
to make it to the office.
Yes.
But let's explore the fact that you were not home on 10 different occasions when the officer was trying to find you to do a home visit for supervision.
Yes, ma'am. She found me. Ma'am, go ahead, ma'am. Excuse me.
You sit back in your chair so I can see you. We can hear you.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
tell me why you were not around when he was trying to find you.
We came, I seen him about 3 times. They came about 3 times. And last time I was telling you I was doing land work, landscaping, trying to get my money to pay the board. And we leave at 4 in the morning. So when I get back, it'd be like about 5 something in the evening. We'd be doing yard work and stuff. And I told her I call her when I get in. When I call Miss Jan, I can't get in touch with her. So I called some other man named my sister had a number. Called some other man. And I forgot his name. I forgot his name, ma'am, but
Harrison, Jenny Craig.
Yeah.
The 2 people who are noted as being supervising is Jenny Creighton and
yes, ma'am. Miss Jenny Craig, I called her. I talked to her on the phone. She said, some man by the house to see me in a truck. And I spoke to him. I signed a piece of paper. He told me, Jenny, I got Michael right here. She said, yes. She said, you talked to him? She said, yeah. He talked to me and he told him good to go. But on the other thing, she said she put a note on the door and I ain't see the note no more. My sister will go to him. We had to come out here to a medical doctor for her. I ride with her. And she said she put a letter on the door. We ain't see no letter.
I have to believe that the officer did as she stated. I have all of her notes here. And all of the notes highlighted with all the different times that she tried to get in touch with you and she was unable to.
Yes, ma'am.
Calling you.
I called.
I mean, it's very clear in the record.
Yes,
now,
ma'am.
Mr. Greeley, you're a 7th class offender, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't you know the rules?
Yes, ma'am, I know. I tried to get in touch with her, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
that should have been your best friend.
Yes, she was.
Because she's the one supervising you.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, we cannot supervise someone we can't find.
We can
It's just
find
that-
him, ma'am. I'll tell you one more time.
Couldn't find you. Okay, I mean, it's just that simple. My colleagues, I would defer to you for any questions you may have.
I have no question.
I have none.
And I didn't even go over the arrest. You know, I mean, because you were there, you live in a high crime area.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I do, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm not even talking about that. You
I
notice
don't do drugs.
I'm bringing up what you can
Do.
be responsible for, and
Right.
that's available to your parole agent.
Yes, ma'am. I will be responsible.
Okay. I'm prepared to vote if the rest of the panel is.
I am.
Me too.
Mr. Greeley, I have no choice but to find you guilty of rule number 2
Yes,
and vote to revoke your parole.
All right.
I concur with Mr. Dew for the same reason.
And I concur.
So, Mr. Greeley, what that means is your parole is gonna be revoked by a 3 vote. And this would conclude our business at Ascension Parish Jail, or not Ascension, at Washington Parish Jail at 12/26. The Committee on Parole is called to order. Today's date is December 9th, 2025, and the time is 12:32 p.m. My name is Danny Barra, serving as your chairman today. Mr. Tillis to my left and Mr. Ledoux to my right. The committee is still at Baton Rouge headquarters, and our remote location is Ouachita Parish Correctional Center. Would anybody any staff members in the room please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, it's Deputy Marchand.
Thank you. All right, and Mr. Wafer, would you introduce yourself by stating your full name and DOC number for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Jackie Wafer. My DOC number is 322257.
All right, I understand that you were not eligible for appointed counsel at the preliminary hearing, but you did retain counsel by the attorney name of G. Menon Campbell. Would Mr. Campbell please introduce himself for the record?
Yes, this is Menon Campbell, bar roll number 32832.
All right. I'm going to read violation to you and ask you to admit or deny the violation. Guilty, you can plead guilty, guilty with a statement, not guilty with a statement on whatever your attorney advises you to do. And then after you make your pleas, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis, who's going to go further into the reasons and statements. So it is alleged that you have violated condition number 4, that you were arrested by the Ouachita Sheriff's Office for committing an offense of resisting an officer, possession of alcoholic beverages in a motor vehicle, and possession of a controlled dangerous substance number 2, Schedule 2 on March 12, 2025. And that further, you pled guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia on August 22nd, 2025, and was sentenced to serve 90 days with credit for time served, and resisting an officer in possession of alcoholic beverages were dismissed. How do you plead to that violation?
Is this the time where I consult with the attorney or just answer the question?
Okay. Well, it's up to y'all.
Sir?
Do y'all do can we do a 2-minute breakout room? Or I have not been on a Zoom conference in a while.
You don't normally do that.
Well,
what is it, a 2-minute
He wants to confer with his client.
he wanted to confer with me. I didn't want to do an open hearing, but I guess we can. Mr. Wafer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. And actually, if is it okay if if you're the client, you get to decide whether this is an open hearing conversation or in private, but
sure.
But I think we talked about it, and you know that you had some culpability, and so I think admitting at this time would probably.
We can allow you to plead not guilty or guilty for him, and then the state make the statement, which it needs to be public anyway.
Okay.
So we're at the point of how does he want to plead, guilty or not guilty with a statement either way.
Well, I really need 2 minutes with him to ask him that. Hang on just a second. I'm in a parole hearing.
Yes, let's go.
And I'm actually at the jail. I can be with Mr. Wafer in person in about 3 minutes.
Do that.
All right.
Let's do it.
We'll go into executive session to.
Thank you. Attorney visit. It's a parole hearing for Jackie Wafer.
Hope they don't get aggravated.
All right, we're back to Ouachita Parish and back to the hearing on Jackie WAFFER. His attorney has made it to the room. We're at the section where I was asking Mr. WAFFER to make a plea to violation of number 4. I'm gonna go ahead and start over with number 4. It says that you were arrested by the Ouachita Parish Sheriff's Office for committing the offense of resisting an officer, possession of alcoholic beverage in a motor vehicle, and possession of controlled dangerous substance Schedule 2 on March 12th of 2025, and that you pled guilty to possession of drug paraphernalia on October 22nd and was ordered to serve 90 days credit for time served, and a resisting an officer and alcoholic beverage in a motor vehicle were dismissed. And I asked, how do you plead to that?
Guilty with a statement. With a statement.
Guilty with statement.
That's
All right. Also, a second part to number 4, that you also booked on violation of a protective order on April 3rd, 2025, while incarcerated. You were booked on 5 counts of violation of a protective order, and these charges are pending in the 4th Judicial District Court of Monroe, Louisiana, with your next court date of March 2nd, 2026, for 6 counts of violation of a protective order. How do you plead to that one?
All right, that's not guilty with a statement, Your Honor. Chairman.
All right. And number 10, that you're in arrears of $1,297.50, with the last payment being on February 21st of 2025. How do you plead to that one?
I plead guilty to that as well. I can pay that off though, but I plead guilty to. I'll plead guilty to.
Guilty?
Yes, sir.
All right. We also have condition number 13, special condition, electronic monitoring with a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. On April 8th, 2024, the parole board ordered you to undergo electronic monitoring. There was also a curfew set by the board from Sunday through Saturday from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And just from 3/1/25 to 3/10/25, you were late getting home every night. You did not just a few minutes late. You were anywhere from 4 hours to over 8 hours late getting home every night during those dates. It also should be noted that your arrest time on 3/12/25 was 3:34 a.m. This would be 5.5 hours after your curfew time. How do you plead to those curfew violations?
Guilty with a statement.
All right, your case is assigned to Mr. Tillis, and he's going to take up those 4 violations and let you make your statements and ask you some questions.
Good afternoon. Now, would you explain number 4? You said guilty with a statement.
And what was number 4 again? I apologize. That was
the pleading to the drug paraphernalia.
Oh, I plead not guilty to the resisting arrest and the other charge. I plead guilty to drug paraphernalia. I plead guilty to it. Yes, sir.
And Your Honor,
when I was arrested, when they pulled me over that night, when I was arrested, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the contraband was found in one of our work vests. And right before I actually put one of them on, there was 17 or 20 of them in there. It might be noted, and I grabbed one and I got to the jail. So I'm guilty of it. I mean, it was on me. It was in the car. I'm guilty.
Okay. What about the second charge?
I got a question on that. Number 4, we're going. It looks like they charge you with possession of Schedule 2 drugs, but it doesn't never say that they dismissed that charge. Do y'all know what happened with that?
It was responsibly pled to paraphernalia or amended to paraphernalia, and then they later filed because it was a misdemeanor, they filed the bill later on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and the second part of number 4 was you were booked in violation protective order while incarcerated, and you said a statement with that. What's your statement?
Yes, yes, sir. There was a protective order put in place as a result of a divorce, not the arrest of any type of, not the result of any type of arrest from domestic violence dispute or any cops being called. It was an injunction protective order. And yes, months prior to this phone call from jail, she contacted me and my family when my sister died, asked if she attend the funeral, and said she contacted Jonesboro and that they court, and they said it was okay for us to be around each other. She came to the funeral. She came to help the family got close. I've seen her several times. So yes, I'm guilty of that, but there was never any calls about. The phone calls here. The phone calls here was about the vehicle being in some of them were about the vehicle being in the pound and rental property that she needed to go collect rent on and things like that, just the results of being married. There was never an argument or a debate or any aggression ever. It was all business calls. And then throughout those calls, she found out through one of the tenants that I had moved on with my life with another girlfriend. And this is the results of it right here.
Any other questions for anyone about? Okay, and violation number 13. You special conditions electronic monitoring with a curfew of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. What happened there? You were coming in late, a little late.
Yes, sir. They I don't know if they documented or noted. They know, or maybe you can contact them, or maybe it's already in your documents. Y'all have a way of finding out everything. I worked many of those nights late, extremely late. And they asked me, or the parole officer asked me the address where I was working. And I explained to him and I told him, you know, what I was doing. And I don't know. But yes, I was late for the purpose of you asking me that question. I guess I'm guilty of it.
Said it was okay for you to come in late?
He never said it was okay or not okay. Most times he said, if you're going to be late, text him and let him know. That was how it started out, send a text. He never told me no, I couldn't work. He's aware of it, but he never said a definitive yes or no. I mean, maybe it's in your notes or maybe y'all have more documentation.
Did you text him?
Many nights I texted him. Yes, I did. Yes, there's many nights I texted. Yes, sir.
So on that night of March the 12th, that the parole officer says that you violated the same night that you got arrested for the drug paraphernalia and the drugs and the possession of alcohol in a motor vehicle that night in particular, you worked late that night?
Up until maybe 2 hours or hour before. I wasn't working at that present time, but up until a point, yes. But not then when I got arrested, no.
You provide any documentation of working that night to the parole officer?
Yeah, he asked me the address of where it was at a parole revocation. I explained to him and told him, and I think he's vaguely aware. I'm not really for sure.
So you called the officer that night and told him you were going to work late? How did that work out?
No, how it usually works, and it doesn't work like this every night. How it usually works is that it's a simple text most of the time. And I may get a response from him or I may not, but I'm sure it's documented on his phone. If I'm assuming, I don't know.
So on March the 12th, you had sent a text to him?
On March 12th, I honestly don't remember, but I know that he's aware that I was working that night. I don't want to lie to you and tell you that I did or didn't. I honestly don't remember if I did because I didn't send a text every evening. So I'm going to be honest with you and tell you I don't remember.
Well, I can tell you, you were reprimanded verbally in February of 24 and March of 24 for non-compliance, and you actually had jail sanctions for not complying. So, I mean, obviously you weren't calling and texting all the time.
That was a different officer, but yes, ma'am, you're absolutely correct.
You have problems with you wearing your electronic monitor. There's several notations in here about it coming off but there's noted compliance issues.
Ma'am, respectfully, the officer was aware, and there was a police officer working near us when they come off. I slipped off a tractor and it broke, and I told them, the officers, the deputy or Ouachita Parish police officer that was there, when I come off the tractor when it broke. It did not slip off. It wasn't taken off or removed. It snapped. And I text and told her, I come off, and I have witness. I have a deputy witness when they come off. I drive tractors and I do a lot of work. I did not remove the monitoring device. But that's not the same officer. That was in Jonesboro. I'm supervised in Ouachita Parish now.
Any other questions?
No.
No.
I'd like to go to executive session.
Well, before we go into executive session, can we get his final statement and see what he's got to say with the last? Sure. Before we go into executive session, we'd like to hear your statement about, what we should consider, and your lawyer's final statement.
Should I go first?
Yeah, or whatever y'all decide, both of y'all, whatever y'all want to say.
I'd ask for leniency and mercy. I have continued employment since I've been home, and you may not have proof of it. I don't know. I run a business, Value Logistics Services, and I have the House of Faith for people that are homeless and have drug problems. I've done a lot, and I share a lot beyond my family, and it extends to other folks as well. And I've been through a lot. When my sister died, and that really bothered me. I could not go to the funeral. She died within 12 hours of notice, and because of the constraints of parole, I couldn't go, and that really bothered me. And before that, I went through a divorce, which was I fell behind on my dues, but I don't know if you understand what you go through when you go through a divorce. I had to get my finances back on track. I've been through a lot, and through it all, I'm not complaining. And I'm just hopeful that I'll be able to continue to help the community and do what I was doing before. Since March the 12th.
So what is that?
It's December now, so maybe 9, 10 months.
Okay, about 9 months. And I just want to reiterate his request for leniency. He was to serve 90 days based on that conviction, and he's been in much longer than that. My math is bad, but I think it's about 6 months more than that. The protective order issues they're investigating, they're trying to get copies of the calls, and basically they've agreed that if the calls are what they say they are, that they'll show him some leniency, because I do think the letter of the law was that there wouldn't have been any communication, but it was a lifetime protective order. It had been in place for a while. And I think they had mutual interests together, and we're dealing with that and breaking the law along the way. Anyway, I think that he's been punished for what he's been accused and convicted of.
Right. With the protection order, like I said, I'm knowingly guilty of it. When people are married, if there's kids involved, there's a lot of property involved, but I would have thought it would have been real selfish to let a vehicle stay in the pound, and we wanted to have the calls here so you could hear them all, but obviously we didn't get the records in time. And I think that protection orders are probably unnecessary, but for a person to find out that you hang around and you come around on your own volition, and you tell me and my family that you have permission from the court to be around me, and then when I come to jail, and you find out that I've moved on with my life because of divorce, and then you use the system to weaponize it against me. I don't know. I am guilty of it, I guess, per se. but there is no violence, there was no aggression, and it was all professional cause. We wanted y'all to have a copy of them. Surely we're not, that's not right for a person to be able to do that. But I'm guilty for the purpose of you guys, ma'am, too. I have to say that I'm guilty because I don't want to mislead you or try to be manipulative or make you think that I'm like some of the others that come up and just tell you blatant lies. That's not what I'm here for.
Okay, well, let me ask you this, and you're the attorney. What do you plan to do about the curfew? And I understand if your bracelet broke while you were working, was there more than one curfew that you violated?
Since the breaking of, I don't understand, like just
before the bracelet broke and after the bracelet broke, were there violations of you violating the curfew?
If my memory serves me correctly, and I stand to be corrected, I believe they were after, if I stand to be corrected.
After you broke it?
I don't really have, it's been years ago. I don't have a recollection. I don't want to say an answer one way or another. I don't. I think it was, I honestly don't remember. But I have violated the curfew, just for the record.
On 10/5/2023, they checked the violations and noted that you had 7 violations from August 10th to 9/25. That's in 2023.
Yes,
And then he went on electronic monitoring and he still had curfew violations after that. So there's a pattern of curfew violations, I would say.
You're absolutely correct. It was when I first come home, and this is no excuse, I didn't have a curfew enforced. So you take a person, we were traveling to New Orleans often, and then all of a sudden one day you've been home and just cut it off. And the curfew, I believe that it was voided when I first come home, and then they instituted it after I was home, a couple years, 2 or 3 years after I was home.
And what was that?
Ma'am?
What reason were you given that you were put on electronic monitoring?
I think they started reinforcing the curfew, then I must have obviously violated it, then they put the monitors on, if my memory serves me correct now.
Because it was a repeated problem of non-compliance with the curfew. So to put electronic monitoring on you, then they can substantiate the repeated behavior.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
One question.
Yeah, we don't have to go. He answered the questions. He answered them for me that I wanted to know. So we can go ahead and vote.
All right, you first.
My vote is to revoke for rules number 4 and 13.
Ms. Legend.
My vote is to revoke non-compliance with the special conditions of parole.
And I concur and revoke for non-compliance with special conditions of supervision. So this means that your parole has been revoked, and this would conclude our business at WAFFER Parish Correctional Center at 12:58 p.m.
Yeah.